Well, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Well, we have our Hot Shop staff creating a series of vessels. This series will eventually be sold in our museum store, but this is just the first one of the day, so we're kind of figuring everything out. There's a few details that our team wants to work with for today's demonstration, including this section of clear glass that was added to the bottom. As of now, though, our team is just focusing on about the first few inches of the top. We can always kind of determine where they're working by that bright red and orange glow that we see. So our team is nearly complete with this vessel. Like I mentioned earlier, we're just starting off. We usually begin with the smaller pieces. So my name is David. I'm your glass educator. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. We also live stream everything we see on the big screen. So we're live on YouTube now. Our teammate on our right, he's suiting up in a heat protective layer, which means our vessel is complete. It's time to set it in its cooling oven, where we can prevent it from breaking and cracking due to the ambient air shocking the molecules of the glass. The chamber in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Reese, do you want two doors on the right-hand side? All right, so we're just gonna add a little bit of water on the end of our rod, and that should make that rod weak enough that with a tap, it can just break free from its holding rod. Oh, this is how you start a fantastic Thursday morning. Since this piece will be sold in-house, we're just going to heat up the bottom to remove any sharp edge that's left over. While the material's hot enough, we can even stamp our iconic cone-shaped structure. So we just placed the glass inside of our cooling oven. It's sitting at 890 degrees, and it's essentially just the home of everything that's produced here today. Well, that's a fantastic start, and we begin on our very next one. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us here today at the Museum of Glass. My name is David. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. But as we begin our next vessel, let's introduce our major pieces of equipment, like our furnace, where all the glass is being brought out of. We have 1,000 pounds of clear glass sitting inside of our furnace, and we will begin with a coloring application. So if we wish to work with color, we first have to load it up inside of our temporary warming oven. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And Reese, do we know what color we're bringing out next? No idea. It just looks dark, red and orange because of the heat, but it will be just miscolored until the end result. As of now, we're guessing that it's anywhere from a green or a blue color. So if we just exit our garage too early, the color will just end up breaking and cracking because of the ambient air difference. So we just elevate our color inside of the garage to ensure it's absorbing as much energy as possible. Our next major piece of equipment is our reheating chamber. Now, there's no doors in the front of them, but it's just fire and heat at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. All of our equipment is powered by natural gas and forced air. For that reason, there's like a weird buzzing sound in our studio. It's just the necessary oxygen floating inside of our oven. So any hot shop you go to powered by natural gas, you will find a very similar white noise. Now, like a production line, we begin on the edges, but we conclude in the center. Yes. Did did we make these today? So no, these were made yesterday by our hot shop staff. There's a few differences they want to make. They want to take this exterior ring and place it more on the base of our vessel. So there's a few differences for today's series of vessels. And the color that we're actually using is brought to us in a bar form. And the color bar dates back to Europe, where they would be used for creating buttons in around the 1800, 1900, when they were very popular. So glassmakers used the color bar instead of making single color, because that means we would be stuck with a single color of this. And the color itself is just made by adding different metal oxides. So different metals produce a different color. For blue glass, it's cobalt. Green glass, it's chromium or iron. White glass, it's antimonium, and so on. If your favorite color is red and pink, it means you have an expensive taste, because red and pink color is some of the most expensive in our industry. And we can pass around the bar of orange for our audience. Again, it was used in Europe for a very long time to create buttons. So glassmakers got their hands on them. And we prefer to use the color bar simply because we do not want to be stuck with a single color. In our history, we've only made color once, and we were stuck with that single color for about a month. All right, so it's up to Reese to just make that color more malleable. And all of the, the majority of the pieces out in our gallery are colored in the same instance. So depending on the project will dictate how much of that color bar we use. Sure, we could use a whole thing, but for today's demonstration, we're just using about 1.5 inches. Now that we've given that color some time to become malleable, another one of our glass workers gathers on a different rod, this time on a blowpipe. Now the rods that we're using are made out of a stainless steel alloy, so they're just a poor conductor of heat. We never place our hand in the discoloration. All right, so on this next rod, after initially shaping it, we trap the air. So by placing a lot of air, placing our finger or our palm, we create a closed atmosphere. Because of that closed atmosphere, the air needs to continue to expand because the heat pressure inside of that blowpipe. So because of science, the bubble needs to expand, and it produces a bubble on the end of the glass. Our next step is to take our solid color and place it on top of the bubble that we've produced. After that, we will just spread our color evenly to produce our color layer. Once again, we begin on the edges of the museum, but eventually we will work our way to the center as our mass gets larger. So the chamber on this side is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very similar to the chamber in the center, just not as large. The equipment that we have here in-house is some of the largest in the glassmaking community. Now, when we begin to spread the color layer, this will really settle how dense. Also, if we want a color fade, so if we want that color to be even both from the base and the tip, this is where all that stuff needs to be figured out. We will only see the results of this coloring application. So the coloring application is now complete. Let's begin to build the necessary mass that's needed to build a pretty large vessel. Every single time we collect material, we refer that to as a gather. Usually glassmakers describe what they're making by the amount of gathers that they take. Now, after every single collection, we always use different wooden blocks to ensure that our mass is gathered symmetrically and evenly. Using the wooden block, we can then distribute the heat around our distorted bubble. We're looking for a nice Q-tip shape or a light bulb shape. Oh, how did it go? It was good? That's right here. It's going to be the place. Has John told you anything about doing the painting again? Have you got any word? So that term glass blowing can oftentimes be misleading because we're not always blowing air through the blowpipe. And when we do blow air, it's just about the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. It's not a lot, but it's more about the heat that's given rather than how hard we blow. So each of our makers has a specific role in today's demonstration. All right, so we have one more collection to get to. We're never in a rush to collect. By giving a few seconds to the core, we can stabilize it, and therefore we can gather more glass and maintain more control over the hot mass that's added. Now we'll notice a lot of clear glass ending up on the studio floor, but any glass that goes into our bins directly next to our furnaces will be reused and recycled on a later date. Our starter today is Connor, and Connor's job is really to apply the color and collect the necessary masses. He then will pass it on to our gaffer. The gaffer is the person that's in charge of actually creating the project, and the gaffer will also take a seat at the center of the hot shop. Our gaffer today is Gabe. He's a full-time member of our studio. Earlier, we saw some of his own artwork being brought out. But Today, he is working for the Museum of Glass. Eventually, all of this artwork will make its way to the museum store and support. But we can also learn more about our studio and some of the artwork that they produce. So how long did it take to make one of these? I would say within, or just about half an hour. But that's quite quickly because our team they're extremely talented. Gabe has been gaffing where he's been working with glass for over 23 years. So a lot of these moves, he makes it look very easy. Then I try to make them in a different studio and it doesn't ever come out as good. So we're always taught as a glassmaker to block twice before we introduce air. We're just condensing down the bubble, ensuring that our walls are similar in thickness. After that, we can then use different shaping tools like a wet pad of newspaper or just the full sheet of the newspaper. Using that paper pad, we can cool down certain areas we wish to remain thicker. So by using the paper pad on the very bottom, we're ensuring that our vessel will have a nice dense bottom to stand on, while the walls will remain relatively thin. And when we're asked to blow, we're only blowing about 1 or 2 psi. Do you need a door? Would you like me to stand by? All right, so our team at this point is using just some blades to squeeze down a constriction. That's how we separate our usable vessel from the steel rod itself. And that step always happens very early in the demonstration. But while blowing air, we can also determine the diameter that we want to achieve. As long as we keep the newspaper pad wet, it should prevent us from burning some of the carbon left over into the glass. Now, I prefer to use the Wall Street Journal, but our team sometimes prefers to use like the New York Times, so it's all personal preference. I'm not even going to guess what color that is yet. It is gray color. All right, well, at least our gaffer knows. Now, once again, oftentimes the heat that we're working with will just distort the color. We'll get a taste of the gray later on in the demonstration as it begins to stabilize. So when we first begin to create a flat bottom, we're left with more a very oblique, rounded bottom. This time around, we want a nice, sharp 90-degree edge, crisp edge to transition over. So whenever we want something crisp, we just have to redo it twice. Welcome to the museum. Thanks for joining us. Oh, sure. If it gets too cold, let me know. I can always open up some doors. So our next step is to add another section on the top, but let's kind of reintroduce some of our equipment at this time. On our left, we have our furnace. We have 1,000 pounds of our high-end glass melting all year around. By dipping a steel rod, we can then collect a thin layer of our glass. I'm sure we're going to repeat the process of gathering until we have enough. Now, the detail that we're going to add to the bottom section is bubbly glass. So there's a lot of air bubbles inside of this mass. A great example of this technique can be found right on our top balcony by Michael Fox on the edge. We have this stunning sculpture, and on that glass, there's a lot of bubbles in that is produced by dipping the glass inside of some baking soda. By adding a layer of baking soda to the glass, instantly when we gather, the baking soda will release oxygen, and those oxygen bubbles are then trapped in the matrix. That's your word right there. It works good. This technique is just so amazing to me. It's an exterior fold. We can heat up one specific area. We can expand the bubble by then blowing, and then we almost get like a Saturn ring of the bubble expanding. Well, on our left-hand side, we've dipped the glass inside of our mixture. I got the door for you on this one. So instantly when we exit here, our glass will emerge with a bunch of bubbles. And after this process is complete, we can also show you an in-depth look of what this pattern looks like when completed. On the edges of the museum, we just have pipe coolers to cool down the rod. Although our rods are made out of a stainless steel alloy, a poor conductor of heat, it's usually during the gathering phase that they really heat up. Gabe, how much approximately does your mass weigh? Yes. 2 pounds. So, so Gabe has informed me we have about 2 pounds of glass on the end of the rod, and we're going to add about another pound of glass on the end of that rod. So we're probably under 5 pounds. Now this may not seem like a lot of weight, but it's all on the end of the rod, so it can feel like we're going fishing with 2 bowling balls on the end of our rod. All right. Well, welcome everyone. I've been waiting all morning for my school group to join us. How are you doing today? Doing good? Right on. Well, my name is David. I'm your glass educator today. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. But right in front of you, we have some examples of today's artwork that's going to be made by our Hot Shop staff. This staff is incredibly talented. Later on, we can also show you some of the stunning artwork that they have made, because all of you have the chance of being part of our Kids Design Glass program. So when you exit our hot shop, you can then go to our educational studio and draw something that you would like to be translated at a glass. And this is a contest that we host here in our museum. So all of this material that we're working with is coming to us from another state on the East Coast, Carolina. So by collecting a little bit of this special material, by the way, this glass is just made for glass makers. Sure, we could use Coca-Cola or Snapple glass, but it's not as good quality as this stuff here. So with our, yes. So, all right, so what does the glass look like to us? Does it come in ingots or something else? So our glass comes to us in a powdered form. It's called batch. Inside of this batch, they have all the basic ingredients to glass, which is silica sand, soda ash, and lime. Those 3 basic ingredients. I'm not entirely sure the ratio or anything else they're adding. And this sand is actually high quality sand, so it's being mined from a quartz mountain and not your basic beach sand. Yes. We place it in chutes, and then our chutes are placed inside of our furnace. When we're running low on glass, which is about 600 pounds of glass left, is when we begin the charging process. And actually, I can share with you what this process will look like. Once we're complete here, I can show you a quick video. So here we've brought over a new rod so we can begin to work on the opposite end. The bottom half of our vessel is complete. Let's just focus on the very edge where the rod was located at. Gabe, would you advise not to play the charging video anymore? Because it's kind of outdated. So on our next one that we're going to make, I really want to kind of back up and introduce where we are at and the equipment that we are using to get to this point. But if I explain some of it now, I'm just going to lose you. Come. It's okay. I love questions. It's my favorite part about my job. So I'll just hang around here. So that top portion was where it was connected to the rod. And usually this area is very thick. So we go through a thinning procedure to minimize it. And also we can have a relative thickness throughout the piece now. So we've separated our thick glass and we can remove it now. Any glass that ends up on the studio floor cannot be recycled, and there's a few reasons why. It contains color, which means if we place it back inside of our clear furnace, it can just contaminate our material. Also, every time you remelt glass, you burn out stabilizers and fluxes, so you get a poor quality melt. So in the center, our heat is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to make the very top of it malleable. And although I say it's at 2,300 degrees, it's uneven. So the deeper we go, the hotter in turn our mass will get. Oh, this one's very clean. It's pretty much complete. So the last step that we take is to prevent it from breaking. When we look at the history of glass working, melting sand into glass, now that was the easy part. It was preventing the finished product from actually breaking. The Egyptians would bury their glass in hot sand, but nowadays we know better. There's a mathematical formula that we can use to determine how long our glass should sit inside of a controlled environment. Our controlled environment today is sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit, and we call this an annealer, essentially an industrial oven. Sure, we could cook our pizzas in here, but it'll be quite fast. Reese, 2 doors on the right-hand side. Overnight, our oven will slowly make its way back to room temperature. So about 12 and a half hours, we can open our annealer and then bring it out and show our audience what was made. So the artwork that is on our pedestals right now were made yesterday. Now this piece is going to be sold in-house, so we are stamping it with our iconic cone-shaped structure we now stand in. And pretty much whenever you see that Made at Mog stamp on the bottom of our pieces, it was made with pride and joy on our hot shop floor in front of a live audience. Ooh, fantastic job, team. Let's give a round of applause to our hot shop staff. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we are going to begin in a few minutes. Now, welcome everyone. How's it going today? You guys doing good job? You guys doing good day? Ooh. Okay, all right, team. So very quickly, before we begin our demonstration, I'm going to ask if we could stand up and flood the first row of our studio. Can we do that, everyone? For the best experience, let's flood the first row. Let's scoot all the way down. Right now, if you guys have questions, you let me know, okay? Because I love questions. It makes my job go a lot faster. And I just like hanging out with everyone. Just make sure we go all the way to the center. It's okay. I can hang out with you down here if you'd like. How are you doing today, my man? All right. So I'm going to begin this demonstration by opening the chambers in our center door, okay? So this chamber is at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's what we're going to use to extend the working time. If we hang out in the open, the glass will just get cold, it can break and crack. So this is our major piece of equipment. It's really the heart of our operation. So this oven is turned off at night to save some energy. And it takes about an hour to heat up to this temperature. If it gets too hot, just let me know and give me a thumbs up, and that means for me to close the doors, okay, everyone? Just give me that thumbs up when you're ready for me to close it, okay? I know it can get quite intense. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. This equipment is the largest in the glass-making industry. Oh, you guys still want it open? All right, I got you. Now, glass is limitless. If you can imagine it, dream of it, it can be made one way or another. Everyone here has the possibility of being part of our Kids Design Glass program. So all of you will ensure that your teachers and instructors leave with that proper link of communication. But every month we hold a contest. You are all eligible to be part of this contest. You can draw whatever you'd like. You can submit it to the Museum of Glass. And if you're our designated winner, we will make your drawing completely out of glass. some of our recent winners. Let's show them a quick replay of our recent winners that we had, like our double-sided carrot or whatever is ready. Now, as we're beginning our demonstration, I just hope that everyone starts kind of thinking about what they want to draw and then later on submit it to the museum. And we can also show you some examples of our past winners throughout the demonstration. What's up? How much does it cost to enter? It's absolutely free, okay? All of you will leave the museum with that proper information to be part of this contest. So this is one of our last or past winners, double-sided carrot. I would always recommend make the description funny. Make our glassmakers laugh and giggle. Do the winners get to keep their artwork? Absolutely. We make two, one for the child to take home, and then a secondary one that stays in our permanent collection. We have a collection, a traveling collection at the SeaTac Airport, also in Shanghai, China, in their Museum of Glass. So your artwork has the possibility of traveling across the globe. That's a stunning piece. What's up, my man? You can draw whatever you like, my man, all right? The possibilities are limitless. Glass has no limits. Like I said, if you can dream of it, imagine it, it can be made one way or another. We have an extremely talented hot shop staff that can translate any idea into reality. So our team is beginning on the left-hand side, and here shortly I can kind of introduce you to what they're up to right now, after our video has concluded. Do you guys like eating carrots? Do you guys like carrots? Maybe a little bit of ranch? I don't know. Peanut butter? You like peanut butter but not with carrots? A carrot taco. That sounds very interesting. All right, everyone. So our team is beginning on our left-hand side, but later on they will move to the center of the shop studio. Right now, we're just applying a little bit of color. So the way that we apply color here at the museum is we apply different metals. Different metals just produce different colors. For red and pink glass, it's gold. Actual gold oxide is used in red and pink glass. For that reason, red and pink tend to be some of the most expensive color in our industry. You can take this color bar of orange, you can pass it around our audience so everyone can get a chance to hold the color bar. Originally, the bar was made to create like buttons. Does everyone like buttons, like glass buttons? You guys ever use those? They're not very popular anymore, but at one point they were very popular, and that's what they would use to create them. This is not gold, this is a different metal. I keep breaking my bars every now and then, so we'll try to use a simple bar. So with that color, we can make like 30 cups, or we can make one giant orange, really densely orange cup. It's up to our makers. Not entirely sure. We can ask our team, though. I don't want to confuse you with all these metals, okay? So we're just going to stick to gold. Gold makes red and pink. Cobalt. Cobalt creates cobalt blue glass. But again, let's not go into deep to it, so we're not confusing anyone. So we take a little bit of our color bar, we place it on top of the bubble, Now Connor is spreading that color layer around the bubble. Our goal is just to produce a thin layer of that color. When we add another layer of clear glass on the surface, it's going to look solid, right? But now we know that it's not. It's a lie. It's an optical illusion that glass plays on us. But now we know better, right? We know that glass is just playing this trick on us. What's up? So the chamber that they're using, it's very similar to one in the center, just not as hot. For that reason, we prefer to start on the edges and then conclude in the center. So does anyone here play Minecraft? Minecraft? All right. I saw it. Okay, does anybody remember the recipe to making glass blocks? Absolutely. Furnace, and then you put a sand inside the furnace. What is your fuel source in Minecraft, though? What do you use? So coal, charcoal, wood, right? So here at the museum, instead of using that, we use natural gas, and that's floating inside of our ovens. And our sand, it's not your average sand that you can just get from the beach. This sand is being mined from a quartz mountain out in North Carolina. And it's like the Krabby Patty. It's a special formula. Sure, we know the basic ingredients, but hey, they're adding something special inside of there. Thank you. What's up? You have a question for me? So, do we use diamonds in any of our glass to make color? So, no, we do not use diamonds, but we use diamond-coated tools, like some of our tools laying around to remove impurities. Oh, that's a stunning one too, Gabe. You bringing out the hits right now? So on our right-hand side, we're seeing some of our gaffer. The gaffer is the person that's going to be making the artwork today. So Gabe right now is working for the Museum of Glass, but we can see some of his own series of work that he creates when he's not working for the museum. Oh, I sure can. So, one of our teammates has asked me to spray a little bit of water inside of our furnace. Just some plain old water. So by placing water inside the furnace, we can just minimize impurities that can be collected, like air bubbles. Air bubbles are very bad. Ooh, so what's making that strange high-pitched noise? So our fuel source here is natural gas and forced air. Natural gas is a low-burning fuel, so you need a lot of air flowing inside. So that weird buzzing sound that we're hearing is all the necessary air to achieve the temperatures that we're working with. So pretty much any hot shop that's powered by natural gas, you're going to find this basic noise in all of them. So do we leave the fire thing on at night? No. That oven is turned off at about 5 o'clock. Ooh, that one? Oh, that one's left on all year round. So yeah, it's turned on for like years on end for about 10 or so. On our big screen, let's get a diagram of our furnace to kind of simplify what happened right now, right? We just exited this weird oven with a door on it with a bunch of glass. I can open up this one, but it just looks red and orange. We have a pot that contains all of our molten glass all year around. By dipping that rod inside of our pot of glass, we can collect a thin layer. After every collection, we always use different wooden tools to just distribute the heat and the mass around the bubble. Make sure that everything looks symmetrical like a Q-tip or a light bulb. Yes? Ooh, so what kind of geometry do we use here in our studio? We like to keep everything symmetrical. If it doesn't look symmetrical, it's not really going to work out. So a lot of glass making, actually, I'm not even going to get into that. Scratch that. We always work with a bulbous shape. Do we use calculations or formulas? So we usually just use experience. Gabe is using his 23 years of experience he has as a glass worker to determine what kind of vessel he wants. And usually they do just draw it out or sketch what they want to make for the day. So do the people that work here, do they get to keep some of the stuff that they make? Absolutely. They can use the studio to produce some artwork for themselves that they can then send to different galleries across the globe. And as a glassmaker, you get to work with fire. It's just pretty cool. Now, these are trained professionals. That flame is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we use it to isolate or preheat the area we wish to work next. It looks like a strawberry. I think it does. I second that motion. So what does the fire do? It just heats up certain areas we wish to work next. Oh, and this is just a newspaper pad that he's using to chill certain areas, like the very bottom of the vessel, so it can be thick. What is that liquid that they're spraying? It was just some water on the newspaper to prevent us from like scratching or scoring the surface of the glass. How bad is the bill for the natural gas? I honestly do not know. I don't ask. I do my job here, answer questions. They're cutting it. They're almost similar to cutting it. All they're doing right now is just separating what's usable from the steel rod and from the steel rod. That's all we're doing here. So we call that a jack line. That's our fancy term for the break-off section. Does it take different temperatures to heat up different colors? Absolutely. Different colors act differently around the heat. Just like walking outside on a sunny day, either wearing a black t-shirt or a white t-shirt, you absorb energy at different rates. So where are we blowing the glass? Well, let's introduce Reese. Reese is wearing the purple t-shirt, and he's also taking a seat on this edge. When we're sitting down, we're prepared to blow air, and we blow about 1 or 2 psi, so about the same air that you use to blow out a candle. You, that is an excellent question. So how do you make thinner glass? How do you distribute the air evenly or to make it thinner or thicker? I love that question, by the way. But the way that we do that is we use our newspaper pad to cool certain areas we wish to remain thicker. So if you see the newspaper pad in that area, that means it's going to be thick. If the newspaper pad is not in that area, it's going to get thinner there. So it's every time you add it, stick it inside the furnace, more glass is added. So the furnace that we're using right now contains no glass. It's just fire and heat. Our goal is not to make it bigger, but just get it hotter. Ooh, so when they put it inside the furnace, it keeps getting bigger. So there's a few things that can happen. We can blow air, and hot air will expand a lot quicker. So here's where we kind of determine how wide we want it to be, how long. All this kind of has to be figured out now. I like this cup. This is my new inspiration right here. It's very thin. Beautiful transition. Oh, I didn't make that. I can't make that, by the way. I'm not that good. I'm good, but I'm not that good. So glass making, it's incredibly difficult. The more that I learn, the more that I realize that what I don't know. So oftentimes we get asked, how long does it take to master our material? It takes a lifetime. So the wooden paddle that's being used, it's also used as a shield to prevent our makers from that radiating heat coming from the glass, just because even the area around it can be intense. The bubbles on the bottom of this one. So the bubbles on this is made by just dipping the hot glass inside of some baking soda. And there's a white bucket down there. We have baking soda, some Arm& Hammer, and a little bit of water mixed in there. By dipping the glass inside of that, we can coat our material with some baking soda. And that baking soda will release oxygen. And look, you can see all that oxygen being trapped inside of the glass. What's up, my man? You have another question for me? All right, so what's inside of our furnaces, right? That's preventing it from breaking, or I'm sorry, from burning, right? All right, so the wall. So on our big screen here, we're going to get a diagram of our reheating chamber to kind of simplify this chamber. But essentially, it's a round barrel on its side, and it's lined with fire brick. Fire brick is a very porous material that doesn't melt that easy, and it's also makes nearly all of our equipment here. This is made out of fire brick. This is made with fire brick. Even our annealer down on this side, that's the fire brick. So that's the material that coats all of the majority of our equipment. I'm going to come to you here in a second, all right? So our team is now going to be adding a section on the bottom half. Are we making a bottle? We are making a vase very similar to what we see on the edges. Let me bring one of these bottle or vessels over. So the team is now going to be adding this clear section on the bottom. We'll notice that there's a bunch of bubbles in this section. The way that that is made is by dipping the hot glass inside of some baking soda. We have some baking soda mixed down here. By placing a thin layer of the baking soda will release oxygen, and then that oxygen is trapped inside of the glass. So that's how that bubbly effect happens. So what is the stuff that they put on the newspaper? We just have a little bit of plain old water. So if we see some fire coming from the glass, it's because we apply beeswax to the blades to just prevent us from scratching the surface. I'm not Darth Vader. It's okay. I'll let you know if I was. No. I'm Baby Yoda. I prefer Baby Yoda. He's my spirit animal. I'm sorry, I only know SpongeBob. you have to go to the library, then they'll give you a pass that you can then present here. So it's not like you can just bring your library card and say like, hey, I have a library card here, you can let me in. You have to go to the library first, get their paperwork, and then you can come in. But it is All right, so our gaffer, remember the gaffer is the person that is in charge. The gaffer takes a seat at the center. Today's gaffer is Gabe. He's been working glass for over 23 years. He's called for a punty. The punty is just the new rod that can be added so we can switch orientations. We're essentially complete with the bottom half of our vessel. Let's just focus on the first few inches up here. Thanks everyone for joining us. You enjoy the rest of your field trip. Remember, check out our education studio and draw whatever comes to your mind. Make the description funny, make us laugh, make us giggle. See you, everyone. Take care. Hopefully I'll see you later on in the near future with your friends or your family, legal parent guardians, so we can hang out at the Museum of Glass. So I'm going to put the mic down for a little bit, but if you have questions, just let me know. I can always hop back on here. Can it dry by itself? Oh, can you try this yourself? So for today's demonstration, there's no time, but we actually offer hands-on events usually towards the end of the month. So check out our calendar. I believe we have some hands-on events happening at the end of this weekend that you can sign up. No, I've never blown. Hello, welcome to the museum. Thanks for joining us. Something just happened right now. This is the floor model. It's perfectly fine. So what? Things don't always go our way. We'll just start another one here shortly. And we can kind of re-explain how we got to this step. It's okay. We can't win them all. Things happen. So as a glassmaker, you're always taught that it's not what you can make, it's what you can fix. And then it's standing back up after something doesn't go your way. All right, so we'll give our team a few minutes to kind of transition over to our next project. As we transition over on our big screen here, let's just get a quick replay video of our next visiting artist, which is the master himself, the maestro himself, Lino Tagliapietra, will be joining us in about 2 weeks here. So let's kind of introduce the one and only Lino. Probably one of the most influential, the winner of Blown Away, the most influential glass artist, or one of the most influential. So Lino's an Italian master. And he was actually one of the first Italians to teach us Americans how to work with glass. So for that reason, our industry is highly Italian-based. The way that we communicate, our tools, the way that everything is set up, it's all Italian-based because of this man. And he will be joining us in our studio the first week of February. Oh, so sunny. Okay. Anyways, welcome everyone to the museum. Thanks for joining us here today. We are going to begin to work on a set of vessels. If you guys have questions, let me know. My name is David. I'm the glass educator today. Raise your hand, shout my name. It's not too busy today, all right? So we're going to begin our demonstration with the color. The color is being heated up inside of this weird oven. It's like a giant pizza oven, essentially. More industrial, though. So inside of that oven, we have color bar. Color bar, I'm going to hand this out to you guys so you guys can check this out. So this color bar is how we apply color to glass. It comes to us in all colors of the rainbow. And originally, that color bar was used in like Europe for like buttons, glass buttons, when they were very popular. Nowadays, glass makers use them to apply color. And we apply color this way, so we're not stuck with a single color. And we can make 30 cups out of that, or we can make one giantly dense cup. So it depends on what our team wants to do. For today's demonstration, we have about maybe 1.5 inches, a little bit less than 2, of the solid color. Our first goal is to make that color more malleable. And then color itself is just made by adding different metal oxides. So different metals produce different colors. If you like green glass, we can add chromium. If you like blue glass, we can add cobalt. If you like red and pink glass, you have expensive taste. That's actual gold. Our first step is to just let that color become more malleable. It's quite stiff at this point. We're reheating the color inside of our reheating chambers. These are at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and there is no glass inside, just fire and heat. And unlike other ovens, these ovens are turned off at night to save a little bit of energy. They take about an hour to heat up to this 2,300 degree mark. So we often get asked, do we ever get burned in our studio? Now it is quite rare, but when we do burn ourselves, it's by the tools that touch the hot glass. Very rarely is ever the actual glass itself. I think I burn myself more in my kitchen than I do here in the hot shop, but I'm not as a good chef. So here at the museum, we're found inside of this very iconic cone-shaped structure. This building comes to us that they used to burn a lot of excess sawdust and off-cut lumber in buildings very similar to this here in Tacoma when we were the capital of the logging industry. This logging industry is long gone from our area, but this building was built in this cone-shaped manner to pay homage to the incinerators that once stood here. So now that our color is more malleable, another one of our makers can gather glass, this time on a blowpipe, so a stainless steel rod. That's a poor conductor of heat. Now our goal with this next gather is just to produce a Q-tip shape. And it's hard to believe this, but nearly everything out in the galleries, out in our stores, started off identically the same, with a bubble on the end of that rod. And in a few steps is where the process will begin to branch out to its unique steps. All right, so our maker, Connor, is wearing the black beanie. He's taking that gather, introduce that air bubble. Now we let that bubble just stabilize, cool down. Our next step is to take the solid color and place it on top of that bubble. After that, it's up to Connor to spread the color layer evenly. If this process is rushed, we can potentially see the end results with the color being a lot denser in different areas. Nearly all the pieces out in our galleries are colored in the same color overlay technique. And it's just an optical illusion that the glass is playing on us. We now know that it's just a little bit of color that was actually used. It's the clear glass on the surface that has the ability to magnify, giving the right contours and eventually make it look solid. So we're just going to bounce back and forth. My favorite place to hang out is always the top balcony. As we slow down, that's kind of just my go-to area. Also, everything on the big screen we live stream through our website and YouTube channel at Museum of Glass. And you can always ask your questions in the comments below as well. All right, so we applied our color layer. We're now going to begin to achieve the necessary mass to make our object quite large. So the process of gathering will be repeated until we've collected enough glass. I sure am, man. The lean cup, dude. So we always use wooden tools to distribute the heat and the mass around the bubble. We're looking for that same glow even, and it's very subtle to us. It just may look red and orange, but the subtle hues make all the difference. And you're always taught to condense the bubble twice, so block it twice before you introduce more air. Now, when we're using the wood, we're not burning the wood right away. We actually ride on a layer of steam. After the steam has evaporated, they then send smoke signals that they need more water. Now, this mass that we have is enough to make quite a large cup, maybe almost a mug. But this simply isn't enough glass to make a pretty large vessel. So just like the previous time, condense the bubble, let it cool down. By hanging out in the open, we can stabilize the core. So A, we can gather more glass, and B, maintain control of that hot layer. Are you going to be here all week, Connor? What's up? Dude, all right. Fun, man. Sarah got really mad at me last week. Sarah got really mad at me last week. Fucking scrubbed out, dude. What can I say, man? Scrubbed out. I dropped the shit. No, her apple or whatever she was using. I dropped it. Yeah, my big ass dropped it. You know. No, just like a snack you have. I fucked up though. I should have. I just knocked it off the table. Hey, you learned your lesson, right? Just push your bench back so you can be filling up that bucket, dude. The worst part is when you're talking to someone and you drop it right in front of you guys. So we are moving to the center of the shop studio now. Just the edges of the museum, it's a lot smaller, so it's not as intense to work out of, but our piece is now large enough to be worked in the center. demonstration, we have our gaffer, Gabe Feenan. Gabe is also an artist, but today he's working for the Museum of Glass. So these products will eventually make their way to the museum store. I'm not entirely sure what color this is. I know this color is misleading right now, so we'll have to wait later on for one of these leftover parts to end up on the ground. Now, using this intense flame, it packs a punch, by the way. That's at 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That is hot enough to even burn away the colored glass or boil away the clear glass. So we're always careful never to overexpose. We're going to isolate the heat to produce our ring, our exterior ring. Sometimes referred to as a Roman ring due to the popularity of this technique. And it was then rediscovered centuries later. Low. Off. Was that it? Oh, that was it. That was quick. All right, so at the same time that our Roman ring or exterior ring was being produced, on this edge, they just dipped the glass inside of some baking soda mixture. Just some good old Arm & Hammer and some water, tap water. Now that our glass has a thin layer of this baking soda, when we collect our next layer, that baking soda releases oxygen, and all those oxygen bubbles are trapped on the matrix of the glass. This technique is also very popular in Europe, like in France. And we also have some examples of techniques like these that are spread around the museum. And we can find out about them later on. Yes, here shortly, both of these sections will be joined together. So the mass that we're adding is going to be extremely hot, and we need it extremely hot to really force it into the desired shape. All the tools that we are going to use will steal heat from the glass. So instead of using maybe some of the steel tools, let's just use a preheated graphite pad. That way we can just extend the working time. If you were here for the beginning process, this is similar how the color was applied, just on a larger scale. Will this change the annealing cycle of these? So using our propane torch at 2,500 degrees, we constantly torch where the rod and the glass meet one another, simply because that steel rod will steal a lot of heat, and if it steals enough, it can begin to crack in that general vicinity. Whenever we want a nice, crisp 90-degree edge, we repeat the process of paddling twice. Now our gaffer, again, the gaffer is the person in charge and takes a seat at the center. Our gaffer, Gabe, has now called for a transfer rod that is being made on the left-hand side. This transfer rod is only temporary, so it needs to break in about 10 minutes when we're complete with the top hat. If we break off our rod too early, it may still be too soft to maintain control. So we let it stabilize, second or two, and then we can add water to our designated break off. Why does he? Ooh, the ring. So the ring, it's just a design aspect in today's design, sculptures. The exterior ring is also referred to as a Roman ring because it was very popular. We're just using it to apply another design to our vessels. Why does he keep heating it? So mass holds heat. The ring is quite thin, so the ring can potentially cool down faster than anything that it can crack from this area. So we just create a notch at the top, and then we just stretch that. The very top of our vessel is very thick. We can either keep it, we can remove it, or we can just stretch that material, give us more length. The knob at the end is the thick material left over, so we can just tap that free. We're also using a metal straw to introduce more air. We just want to minimize the contact that our steel tools make with the inside that can just potentially scratch it. The color or the glass on the ground is a good indicator of the real color that we've been working with. This is a citron green color. You watch Pro Bowl? Have you thought about going to the XFL? They have a game in February in Seattle. It's like $20, man. $20 for a pretty good seat. Not about it? I'm a Seattle Dragon fan. $20, man. $20 go get some drinks. Be a Seattle Dragon fan. The same stadium that. Yep, CenturyLink. Now our vessel is nearly complete. We begin to preheat once again the steel rod that's stealing a lot of heat from the glass. This time around, we're looking for a little bit of movement. When we see that movement, it's telling us that the glass is simply too hot for it to break, and that's a sign that it's ready to be placed inside of our annealers. If the glass is just left out in the open, it's going to get too cold too quickly. So instead, we will place it inside of our slowly cooling oven called an annealer. Our annealer is sitting at 890 degrees and will just be the home of everything produced here today. Tomorrow morning, we can open our annealer and then bring out the artwork that was made the previous day. The artwork that's on our left-hand side was made yesterday. All right, so here we go with a few drops of water on the end of our punty. Now, since this piece will be sold in-house, we are stamping it with our official cone-shaped structure stamp. Whenever you see our Made at Mog stamp, just rest assured it was made with pride and joy on our studio floor in front of a live audience. All right, well, fantastic job by our Hot Shop staff. Let's give this team a round of applause. Oh, that was a fantastic vessel. So we are going to be transitioning over to our next project, so our next vessel that's going to be made here. In the meantime, we're going to play a quick video on our big screen to really explain the coloring application. This application is going to happen here shortly, but let's get our quick color overlay video.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as we're transitioning over to our next project, there's not enough time to make one of our full-on sculptures. So instead, let's get an image of our MJ Murdoch project, our airplane. Just the image on our big screen, because this is a project that we're going to work in. It's a multi-step project. For right now, our goal is just to produce a simple white color cup. Once again, here shortly, we'll get an image of what this white color cup will eventually turn into. So before we even make something like this, it's first, well, we first need to produce the white that goes on the surface. The white glass has been picked up on the left-hand side. Let's see how this team will eventually produce something like this. And when we're done with this demonstration, the white cup, we can play a quick video on how our actual airplane was made. All right, so we start off with our first gather of glass. Our goal is just to take the white color and place it on top of here. After shaping the mass, we introduce an air bubble by pressurizing that blowpipe. There's a lot of air. There's no place for that air to go, but to continue to expand because of the heat and the pressure that's created inside of the blowpipe. Gabe, is this your favorite project because of how time consuming it is? So at this moment, we're hearing like a weird buzzing and whirling sound, correct? So directly behind our state of the art hot shop, we have a state of the art cold shop where we can use centuries old glass cutting and polishing techniques to maybe remove the white color and expose that bottom layer color that may be added later on. So colored glass is just made by adding different metals of the periodic table. A blue glass is cobalt, green glass is chromium, white glass is antimonium. We're very cautious of any impurities that may have been picked up on that white color. So we can use diamond tip Dremels to remove any impurities we may see. So it's really the attention to detail in this project that just makes it look amazing. If the cup is not blown out right, if the color is not evenly distributed, we'll just repeat this process, make another cup until we find that perfect one where we can create all the features of the airplane. Now, in order for this project to be successful, we need a little bit more glass, but not enough glass that we can see it, just enough to protect our white. So this next layer of clear glass is a very thin layer, only skin, or only we want a coat that's covered the skin. Any excess clear glass like this can be reused, recycled. Heck, we can even just toss it straight back inside of the furnace. Any glass that goes into our buckets will be reused and recycled on a later date. Our furnaces each contain about a 20% recycled mixture. Any more than 20%, you will actually notice the difference since you're burning out stabilizers and fluxes. Besides having our main hot shop studio, we also have an educational program that runs on an 18-wheeler. And that program completely runs on 100% recycled glass, all coming from the leftovers here. So we're blowing about 1 or 2 psi. It's more about the heat of the glass rather than how hard we blow. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We are creating an airplane here today. I know what you're thinking. That doesn't look anything like it quite yet. After we're done with this cup, we're going to play a quick video that will just kind of recap how it goes from its basic cup to the end product. Now, my name is David. I'm your glass educator. Today, if you have questions, please let me know. Following this project, we are going to be taking our lunch break, and we will be returning 1 hour after that. And we can continue our demonstration I'm switching pages. In the center, we've now called for a transfer rod. It's just a new handle so we can get rid of our blowpipe. Essentially, we've done all the blowing that's necessary. So the flame in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. This is essentially just a round barrel on its side lined with fire brick to insulate the heat. Most of the tools that we use, or some of the tools, run on beeswax to just prevent us from scarring. It looks like our color cup is nearly complete. I have mentioned earlier that this is the first step to creating a glass airplane, part of our special MJ Murdoch project. Now, when we play this video, the key difference is you'll notice in the video that the color cup that they use has blue on the inside and white on the exterior. We will be adding that interior layer when we use the cup next time. After this video, we are taking our lunch break, so if you have any questions about what's going on here, please feel free to stick around and answer any questions about today's demonstration. My name is David. We were joined by our Museum of Glass full-time staff here today as we transition over our MJ Murdoch video. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this wonderful morning.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape, and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
One of the things I really love about glass is how responsive it is to just everything you do. I would say I'm a 9-to-5 craftsman because I have to make things for people on a daily basis or help people make their works. You know, I always told myself that I'm not gonna try to make my own work until I really feel comfortable with the material, because there's no way I can translate what's in my sketchbook to reality if I don't have the skills to do it. I want to make things that could only be made out of glass. Like, I'm not trying to hide the glass and make it look like something else. I want it to look like glass and only be able to be made of glass. You know, all these things are based on really simple, you know, glass blowery shapes, cones, cylinders, spheres. All my work is basically just different iterations of those three shapes, and it seems like there's an infinite possibility for composition of just those three shapes: proportion, color. I spend hours in my sketchbook just drawing simple shapes and, you know, thinking about how to make them, dissecting each little part and really trying to focus, make each part as clean as I can. And, you know, there's the human hand in there, so there's always going to be something that I don't want to say imperfect, but makes it look handmade. And I like that about the glass, like that it's, you know, no matter how hard I try, it's never gonna look like a machine made it. You know, maybe at first glance, it's like, oh wow, that looks like it's been carved or something, but then when you really look close, you see this softness in the glass that's just the material. You know, you can't, when it's hot, you can only do so much, and I try to do as much as I can to make it look as perfect as I can, but I think that's, if I could make it perfect, then I would get bored. I think one of the things about glass, if you're gonna be the maker of the object, is you can have, you know, so many good ideas, but can your hands pull it off? One of the things about working here at the museum is I think we pride ourselves on feeling like if somebody gives us a drawing, we can figure out a way to make it. And I mean, I owe that to all the visiting artists, including the kids design glass. Like, that's really made me kind of feel like there's no rules. I mean, being part of this team for 17 years is, I mean, it's kind of defined who I am, I think.
I hope that's center.
If you would have told me 20 years ago that I was going to be doing this, making the things that I'm making now, like, there's no way I would have imagined that. Like,
Faster? It's like perforated.
I know I wouldn't be where I'm at today without being part of this team. I mean, it's we've pulled things off that I just didn't think were possible. Flip. One more flip. Take it. Got it.
I'm Corey Metcalf, one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass, we're creating obviously stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
My name's Michael Shunke. I'm from West Grove, Pennsylvania. So it's a very, very small town, about an hour southwest of Philadelphia. My work as an artist who works with glass, the foundation of it is really in vessel making and in traditional craft. I learned to blow glass about 22 years ago. About a year into when I started, I had the opportunity to work with Lino. So the foundation of the actual process there is rooted in that Venetian technique. So I have this this link to craft and tradition that I don't want to break. I don't fight it, you know, it's part of who I am. I'm a goblet maker as well as a vessel maker, and I'm always going to do it. It's a big part of who I am. The inspiration for the Crucible series comes from a number of different places, but I spent a lot of time this past year in the city of Chicago. I went over to Millennium Park and I saw the bean. I think most people are familiar with the bean. And I had seen pictures of it, but I had never seen it in person. And it was really kind of an extraordinary experience because it was this object that was doing two things. It was drawing people in while simultaneously reflecting out. And that was a tipping point for me in thinking about these sculptures because the interiors of these, the cores, is something that is either mirrored or very highly polished brass that reflects outward. So it's the interior of the vessel being reflected outward and also reflecting whatever imagery or engraving is on the exterior of the vessel. You know, zeros about, you know, things being neutral and just trying to stay even keeled about things, or tally marks. I did one when I turned 40 years old. I was thinking about, you know, time just moving by. That one's pretty big. That one's like that. In the series that I'm working on this week at the museum, the Crucible series, I feel these things are decidedly contemporary sculptures or objects, whatever you'd like to call them. But in the vessel making part of them, or the veil part of them, the exterior, is rooted very heavily in traditional glassmaking. While I'm pretty specific about how the shapes should look, I'm not really tied to them being exactly, you know, this size or this curve or this proportion. It just gives us a starting point of what I want to look for. You know, and I think as most people who are like rooted in a craft background might be, that these curves need to be constant, you know, no flat spots on the curves. You know, this can't be like that. And then conversely on this one that's more like an hourglass or a cooling tower, the shape has to always be moving in. So I'm constantly, you know, doing that. And then when we're on the putty and finishing the shape, Josie will actually assist me in, you know, looking at it and, you know, just pointing out an area that looks a little flat.
I think it looks good.
Okay. I have not worked here at the museum before. This is my first trip and hopefully not my last. Ben and Gabe and Nico are just the best help anybody could ask for. Back home, I have one, maybe two guys helping me out. I'm doing a lot of the gathering and the lifting, so to relinquish that to them is really wonderful. These guys are super skilled and they know exactly what they're doing, so it lets me focus more on the finishing.
Here, I'm just gonna run the paper on that a little bit, you know? Yeah, just that whole waist.
I just really like to thank the museum for the opportunity. It's really humbling, I'm really grateful, and I promise to make the most of it. Can I be free of this now? Awesome.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
My name is Sarah Gilbert. I'm originally from Rochester, New York, but I've been out in Seattle for about 3 years now. I work here at the museum, usually as the lead hotshop technician, but for the next 3 days, I get the opportunity to work on my own work. I'm going to work on 3 basic ideas during the residency, one being the ship in the bottle, another is a pattern form, and the third, I call it X marks the spot. Most of my inspiration comes from my background in animation, so tying that into my work. Stories, I'm very inspired by stories and funny moments. I like a little bit of sarcasm. A few years ago, I got into the idea of mapping and using that as an inspiration. And through looking at old maps and reading stories, I got into the idea of a ship in a bottle and telling a story through that and kind of the disastrous moments that have happened through or on the water.
146, 47 degrees west. We have 4 persons on board. We're getting in a life raft here.
And I do them by casting the boat ahead of time and grinding and polishing that piece of glass bringing it back up to temperature and then using it as an inclusion in the blown glass. I like the challenge of the technique, but I also like that it carries a story with it. On the second day, I'm going to work on these pieces. I try to do these drawings. They're actually 2 size, and just to kind of give myself an idea of the kind of preparation or the cane. Each one of these drawings is a different kind of cane that needs to be pulled, and just try and get the color in my head. I've made a blow mold ahead of time that's this shape, so that I can create the same shape every single time and then hang them on the wall to create a pattern. On the third day, I plan to work on these pieces called X marks the spot. It's different layers of color that I grind through and make an X on them. And then they have motors behind them, and they lift off the wall and bounce on the wall. The idea is that they're marking a spot on the wall, like perhaps there's something behind it or not. Maybe it's nothing. It's pretty interesting to work with the team, Ben, Gabe, and Alex. Courtney Branham as well, who was kind enough to help me this week. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to work with a team that's been together for this long and works this cohesively together.
My name's Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire. And
Not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the Glass Museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the Bridge of Glass.
Bridge of Glass is secretly a car. I think that's what
Kind of just looked at the Bridge of Glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, that if you kept doing it, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. I'm going to put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're excited that it would be fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product. They might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the Bridge of Glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. They're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
Close up.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
Henry. I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young to the Glass Museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists not get involved in the kids, but
Whoa!
the Museum of Glass is creating a whole many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Maishan Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop, and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the cost.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. Glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
I'm Catherine Gray, and I live in Los Angeles, California. I'm originally from Toronto, Canada. Lived and worked in Seattle for about 5 or 6 years, and then the last 15 years I've been teaching at Cal State San Bernardino in California. I love my job, I love teaching, but I feel sometimes pretty isolated from other glass blowers and glass artists, so the chance to come here and work with a bunch of really skilled, amazing artists and craftspeople is a really great opportunity for me to kind of just get that injection of technique and inquiry and support, I sometimes long for. I mean, I have really great students, don't get me wrong, but I feel like when I'm working most of the time, I'm, a teacher a lot. And so it's really great to be here and just, actually be a student too, to be able to learn from other people and see how other people do things. I miss that in my job, so this is really awesome. Also just having a big crew like this really is, opens a lot of doors for not just scale, but just trying different things. I have a pretty finite kind of amount of time and, smaller glory hole and all that kind of stuff that can be limiting at times. And so having access to all of that here can really be pretty awesome.
Oh, good. Did my fingernails. I'm Dick Marquis, Richard Marquis. I live in the Pacific Northwest. I've been 30 years on Whidbey Island. Been like 46 years blowing glass, and I have a fairly short span of attention, so I keep changing what I'm doing. And over that period of time, I've probably made, a couple thousand objects, and they don't often relate to each other. The last few years I've been working on this process called granulare, which is this lumpy, Italian lumpy ware. And that's what I've been working on the last few years, and that's what I'm sort of concentrating on here at the museum.
And here we go, rolling up the Marini around that glass tube.
This has every color I've got over there, so it's a compatibility test. It's actually making something I need.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be the clear. Yeah, I think it'll only probably be like this size. Granulare in Italian means granular or lumpy. And what it is like this piece here, it's some hard glass, hard white glass surrounded by a soft glass of another color. And when you blow it out, it just becomes bumpy. It's sort of like blowing chewing gum with BBs in it, and BBs stay hard, and that's what I've been working with for a long time. And then it's something that's not exactly pretty. That's one reason I'm interested in it.
Yeah.
Very odd object, like a studded tire.
Yeah.
All my whole life I've collected things, and I've never had enough money to collect really nice things. So I sort of have this collection of beat up objects that I like to arrange and play with. And sometimes I try to make something that's really lowbrow, try to turn into more of a highbrow item. It's hard to tell by some of the shapes I make that I actually know a lot about classic forms, because I've been there and done that, and now I'm interested in doing these more like primitive shapes, primitive forms. Okay, these guys are very cartoony. They're called cartoon cars, and they just sort of developed from some of the other work I did.
And here we go. Get our visiting artist, Mr. Richard Marquis.
I don't want to make anything here that I can't make myself. So I'm sort of limiting the scale I'm working at, and I'm just trying to streamline a couple processes I've been working on and experiment with a couple other shapes I'm interested in. And I've only made one of these things before putting it together hot. And so, and it was really hard to do, so I'm trying to streamline that process and see if we get 2 or 3 good ones. That's the most important thing. Then I'm making some other shapes that I'm interested in working with later. I won't finish anything here at the museum. It'll all be taken back to my shop, and I'll add things to it, and I'll knock back the shiny glass and make it duller, and just sort of, I'm not sure what I'll do with it. No, let's just sort of see what happens. Okay, now we'll torch that area. Good. I spent the last 9 days at my shop making the cane, preparing for this. And if we were really efficient and went really fast, we'd go through it all in 3 days. I don't want to go through it in 3 days. I want it to last a while. It looks good. Somebody should suit up. So we're going to sort of, make sure we make really nice ones.
basically use the blown vessel as a canvas.
Julie got those big meat muscles.
happened.
Yeah, 2 and 2, yeah.
So we'll go 2 here, 2 there.
Will there be enough gap in the middle, I guess, is what I'm asking?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You have one museum.
No, I,
Mostly because I don't really like scary movies in general, and yes, I like Paul Williams' a scary movie.
the first one's scary.
Moved, huh? Stop. Stop. Okay, we'll go to the paper cap. No, that's good. That's perfect. Good, we're not lined up. All the way to there. Let's paddle again. Sorry, all right, Sophie. Good. Good. Yeah, that just comes out a little. I mean, is there somewhere, should
Like
you want
maybe
them
an
like
inch above,
opposite
an
of-
inch above. I don't think it has to be in the same area. It shouldn't be at the same area as that, just so that stuff. Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. Hold on.
Can it get in the doctor, or are you?
Well, on our big screen, let's get our MJ Murdoch project video. We will be working on this project later today. We just need a few more minutes to ensure that our color is at the right temperature.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glass blowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure.
So we are going to be working on a little bit of this project later on in our demonstration. Before we get to that project, we're going to make one more of these vessels that we have on our pedestals. As we begin, my name is David. Welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. I'm your glass educator today, so if you have questions, let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name. For my school group joining us at the top, if you have questions, I can eventually make my way up there and hang out with you all right? Does that sound like a good plan? Sweet. All right, so we're beginning our demonstration on the left-hand side of the studio, but not to worry. We will make our way to the center of the hot shop later on. On this side of the studio, our goal is just to produce or attach the color and also the necessary mass. I'm going to give everyone a few more minutes to kind of settle down and pick your favorite seats. So right now we're starting on this side, but eventually we will work our way to the center of the hot shop floor. How's everybody doing today? Good? You guys having a good Thursday? It's a field trip and it's almost the weekend. And you get them in school. Oh, that's exciting. I hope you're learning a lot here today at the museum. We have some amazing artwork that was made right here on our studio floor. Is it better if I close this door for you? Yes. All right, I got you. Let me know. Let me know, all right? I love questions, so anytime raise your hand or shout my name. I can come on over. So on our left-hand side, we're just about to apply a little bit of color. Reese with the purple t-shirt, he has some solid color on the end of that rod. I am not too sure exactly what color this will become, but I know that it looks red and orange due to the intense heat that we're working with. The chamber in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh, look at that color. All right, so it's up to Connor to spread that small amount of color over our bubble. We're just trying to produce a thin layer of color. Now, the end result may look solid, but we now know that it's an optical illusion, and only a little bit of color is really used. And the color itself is just made by adding different metal oxides. So different metals of the periodic table will produce different colors. For blue glass, it's cobalt. For green glass, it's chromium. I'm going to hand out a bar of orange to our audience. Make sure we keep passing it around so everyone can get a chance to view it. Originally, the color bar was made to create buttons, you know, glass buttons for your sweaters and stuff like that, if you like glass buttons. They're not really in style anymore. Nowadays, glass makers use these color bars to apply color singly. And there's about 450 colors to choose from approximately from the manufacturer. There's 2 main ones, and they're based right in our Pacific Northwest. All right, so now that we've placed our color on the surface, it's up to Connor to evenly spread that color around. If he rushes through this process, we will notice immediately on the end result. So using our steel tables around the studio, we can really push that color layer evenly. Now the way that the bubble emerges on the glass is by pressurizing the blowpipe. By blowing a lot of air through the blowpipe, we're forcing, due to the mixture of the heat and the pressure, for the bubble to expand. Now we're never in a rush to gather our glass. By hanging out in the open or using compressed air, we can cool down the core so we can stabilize it. A, we can gather more glass, and B, maintain control over the hot layer. Which leads us to our furnace. A gather is a collection of material, and we have two furnaces here at the museum, both holding approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. When I open the door, it just looks bright red and orange inside. So let's get a diagram to really simplify our furnace. In our diagram, we will notice that we are just heating up a ceramic pot or crucible that's on all year around, 365 days a year. After every gather, we use different shaping tools like a wooden block. These wooden blocks will ensure that our bubble will just blow out evenly and symmetrically. For my audience on this side of the studio, my favorite place to hang out, ooh, nice toys. Oh, anyways, my favorite place to hang out is the top balcony of the museum. We even have some stunning artwork left by our previous visiting artists, and at any time, you're more than welcome to view the demonstration from up there. The chamber in the center is nearly identical to the one on the left. It's just a lot larger, so it's more intense to work out of it. So we're just ensuring that we have a nice symmetrical shape, like a Q-tip shape or a light bulb shape, and not an irregular one like a potato, which can be quite catastrophic. And just like the previous gather, we then let our symmetrical core cool down for a few more seconds, and we can gather a little bit more material. Now, the glass that we are melting here at the museum, it's not your average sand or Coca-Cola. No, this material is being mined from a quartz mountain out in North Carolina, which gives us the basic raw silica ingredient to our glass. We know the basic ingredients to our glass. We know it's silica sand, soda ash, and lime, but it's like the Krabby Patty formula. It's a top secret formulation. Only they truly know what's being added. It's usually the gathering phase that builds up heat on the rods, so we'll come to the edges of the museum when in turn that occurs. So earlier I introduced Connor. He's our starter. He applied the color and gathered the necessary mass. Let's now introduce our next glassmaker, which is Gabe. Gabe is our gaffer. The term gaffer is for the person that is in charge, the conductor. And the gaffer will always take a seat at the center of the shop. So earlier we introduced our wooden block, but now we are transitioning over to just using wet pad of newspaper, which I believe is the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal. One of those two usually. Besides having our handheld version, we also have the full sheet available. As long as our newspaper stays wet and moist, it doesn't leave any residue behind. And this is the actual glass blowing part of glass making. Our teammate Reese in the purple is standing by to blow about roughly the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. It's not a lot, but it really will vary. Do we have any questions on this side of the studio? It's completely okay if you don't, and sit back, relax, and enjoy. So when we blow air, it's always going to expand wherever it's hottest. So wherever it's bright red and orange, it's where usually the air goes to. So whenever we're applying rough pressure, we prefer to put our palm or finger over the blowpipe. So earlier I passed out a bar of orange color bar. We can pass it back my way. And then if you guys have questions, I can hang out here with you for a bit. But if not, you can just kick it back here. This is a really good spot to kind of watch what's going on. How are you guys doing today? Thank you. Doing great. Yeah, that's my favorite place to hang out. Enjoy it, definitely. How are you doing today, my man? Right on. So these are all coming from La Center. There we go. Is La Center far from here? Okay. Little drive up here then. It's a big group. So in our Pacific Northwest area, or the mecca of glass making, per capita, there's more of us here than there is anywhere else on the face of the globe, which is just quite impressive. This is the area that my friends moved to continue their career. I have friends from New York, from Cali. Just come out here, continue their dreams. So for today's demonstration, we're just producing artwork for our store, But this is not usually how we work. Depending on what day you come here, you'll get a different type of demonstration. Essentially, we're the center of innovation of glass design. Since opening our doors in 2002. And annually, we host about 40 visiting artists. And our next visiting artist will be joining us the first week of February. And when we're done with this piece, I like to show you some of his series of work he makes because he's an incredible artist. All right, so I believe the team is now getting ready to create an exterior fold. That's the ring that we see on today's examples. The way that this exterior fold is created is we use an intense flame, about roughly 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That torch is even hot enough to boil away the colored glass. So we're always careful never to overexpose the material when we use this intense flame. So it's now time to add the bottom section of glass. Now this section of glass will also contain a different pattern. So on our left-hand side, on the majority of everyone's left-hand side, we've gathered some glass, and this molten glass we're going to place inside of a bucket of water that has some baking soda in it. When the baking soda is added to the clear glass, it bubbles. Oxygen is released immediately, and those oxygen bubbles are trapped inside of the glass. That process can also be seen on our top balcony. This stunning piece by Michael Fox, made back in 2008, also has that similar bubbly effect and pattern. And we can also find examples like this spread throughout the museum. So yeah, that's the pattern we're going to put on our bottom of our vessel right now. Which one of these is my favorite one? Ooh, that's a tough one. I really enjoy the complexity on the one on the edges, but as a glassmaker, I'm pretty sure that this one is one of the more complicated ones. And that green, that jade green, ooh, just stunning. Have I ever made one of these? I have blown glass. I've never made something like this, though. Our team is incredibly talented. Our gaffer today, Gabe, has been working with glass for over 23 years. So a lot of these steps that he does, it's very easy work for him. Oh, you can definitely feel that heat of that torch up here. It's about 2,500 degrees. Notice that we're mainly using that torch where the rod is located. That's because that steel rod is constantly stealing heat. So if our vessel is going to break or crack, it's going to be where that rod is located. How was your train ride up here? Was it good? You have some good music to listen to? You just do some reading? No? Okay. Ran up and down the train. Yeah, what's up, sweetie? So we're going to be making some vessels like that, what we see on the pedestal. So if we ever stop turning, notice what happens. The glass just falls off because of gravity. To everyone here, you're taught to create centrifugal force. So turn the rod, and this is second nature to all of our makers here, but I remember when I was first learning to work with glass, my instructor constantly reminded me to turn the rod evenly. Ooh, Gabe, is it getting a little bit too hot now? It's getting too hot. So we'll notice that our gaffer, Gabe, he's now wearing a Kevlar sleeve. We can use different tools like these to prevent us from burning ourselves. So what is the rod made out of? The rod is made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is just a poor conductor of heat. Well, notice where our makers place their hand, where the rod is still shiny and not so discolored. So how many people have ever gotten serious injuries that they've had to go to the hospital? I'm sure it's happened sometime before. The makers that we have here at the museum, these are trained professionals, so burns like that happen very rarely. We oftentimes get burned by the tools that touch the glass and not the actual glass itself. So Gabe, watch out for all the steel tweezers. It was payday. It was time to get burned. So if we see fire coming from the glass, it's just that the tool we are using runs on beeswax. If there's no beeswax, we're just going to scratch and score the glass. Oh yeah, that's the smell of beeswax. So we've pretty much used our blowpipe to the max. We can get rid of this blowpipe now and attach a new rod to begin to work on the opposite half. So our gaffer, Gabe, has now called for this punty, our transfer rod. We're ensuring that our transfer rod, our punty, has stabilized to prevent us from losing control of it. Oh, so this is the advanced step we just did right now. What we're doing is just we're minimizing the wobble when we transfer it onto a different rod, the recentering. I believe this is the most difficult step to do as a glassmaker, period. Only because you only have a few seconds to recognize it and then adjust it. After that, it's going to be what it's going to be. So now whenever we see the bright red and orange glow is typically the area we're going to just focus our attention on. Now the very top of that is quite thick, so let's thin it out. We can create a constriction, almost a weird flower at the edge, and then begin to pull that mass out. Now that we've separated the thick and the thin, we can just remove the thick glass that's left over. Unfortunately, that contains color, so it won't be reused or recycled, but anything else that is just clear will be reused on a later date. So mass holds heat, so the thinnest parts are most prone to breaking, which is just the ring, the external ring. That ring is cooling down quite quickly, so oftentimes we'll use our propane torch just to preheat that general area. And also just where the rod is at, because of course the rod is stealing a lot of heat from the material, so it can also break from that general area. Now, if the glass is left out in the open, eventually it will just break and crack due to the ambient air shocking the molecules of the glass into breaking. It simply gets too cold too quickly. So to prevent it from breaking, we will place it inside of an annealer. The annealer that we're using today is sitting at 890 degrees, and it will eliminate the stress in the glass by cooling down overnight. It looks like our gaffer has now completed this vessel. So our teammate has suited up in a heat protective layer, welding jacket, Kevlar gloves. It's up to Reese to hold our vessel and bring it inside of our cooling oven. Once again, if left out in the open, it's simply going to break and crack. This piece will be sold in-house, so we are going to stamp it with our iconic cone-shaped structure. Pretty much when you see this Made at Mog stamp, it was made with pride and joy on our studio floor in front of a live audience. With a little bit of water on the end of the puntee and a slight tap, the vibration should cause the glass to break free at its weakest point. What a wonderful job by our Hot Shop staff. Let's give this team a round of applause. All right, so we are going to be transitioning over to a different project. We're not going to play a video on the big screen, but let's get a quick image of our airplane that we're now going to be working on. Our goal is to just create a cylinder for today's demonstration. With a cylinder, we are then going to turn it into sheet glass. This glass will then be used for the stabilizers and propellers on our project. So this is a multi-week project that we're going to begin here shortly. Let's first begin with the color. We have a long bar of white color on our left-hand side, and let's apply this white color layer. Similar process to what we saw earlier, just on a bigger scale. While one of our teammates begins to make the white color more malleable, another teammate will shortly gather on a blowpipe. White color is a little bit more different than other colors. It's just like walking outside on a sunny day. You're not going to absorb a lot of energy. For that reason, white color is a stiff color. It takes quite some time to absorb and get it quite malleable enough to be worked on. Earlier, I passed out a bar of orange. For our next project, we're just going to be using a white glass, and white glass can be made by adding titanium or antimonium. And we can make white color here at the museum, but we would potentially be stuck with 1,000 pounds of this single color. So instead of being stuck with that single color, we melt clear glass so we can use all the colors available from the manufacturer. As we're beginning our next demonstration, if you have any questions about today's project, please feel free to raise your hand or shout my name. My name is David, and I'll be right on over. All right, so let's start this next one. On the left, the white is being heated up. On this side, we have 1,000 pounds of high-end glass melting at the same temperature, or roughly the same temperature of lava, which is about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass collects to the rod because of its viscosity, just how honey will stick to your fork and knife when you're eating pancakes or waffles. Similar process. A gather is a collection of glass, and typically we describe what we're making by the amount of dips that we take. Once we have a symmetrical mass, we can then pressurize the rod by blowing lots of air and placing our finger over the hole. That air has no place to go but to pierce the massive glass because of the pressure and the heat inside of the blowpipe. Well, if you have questions, please let me know. Our chambers are at 2,300 degrees, but we turn them off at 5 o'clock to save some energy. They take about 1 hour to heat up to this temperature. And I know we're hearing this weird sound in our hot shop. It's like a weird buzzing or whirling. That sound is just the necessary oxygen flowing inside of our oven. So any hot shop you go to powered by natural gas, you'll find a very similar white noise. Well, our color layer has been applied evenly and symmetrically. Just like the previous time, we'll let that core stabilize, cool down for a few minutes, and then we can gather our next hot layer. Eventually, we will make our way to the center, but that reheating chamber in the center is just a lot more intense to be near, around, and even just stand in front. So we prefer to begin on the edges. After every gather, we always use different wooden blocks that are large enough to accommodate its size and spread the heat and the glass around a bubble evenly. Oh, yes. Yeah, I think maybe a second. Yeah, it is. It is quite. Most of our team develops like thick skin or calluses on their arms. The radiating heat. Yeah, I can definitely explain this furthermore. There's a lot of radiating heat just coming from the glass, so just working around it. Our teams, their body just gets acclimated, so they get used to working with glass. But we'll notice that sometimes their forearms can turn red because of that residual heat floating around the bubble. Oh, wait, Gabe, is this just a color cup? Are we making a pontoon today? Ooh, so for today's project, we're going to start off with a color cup. And this is how we're going to get all the necessary mass. So we have our white color. It's going to be placed on the ground. We're then going to fill it with a bunch of molten glass so we can push our color layer on the very outside. You won't even notice there's a lot of clear glass because we're going to hide it so well. But this is the technique that needs to be done. And I believe the team is going to be producing 2 color cups, and then we can move on. So as our team begins this next application, coloring application. On our left-hand side, we can follow this team that's in the middle, kind of how they complete it. Now, our bubble on this side doesn't look anything like a color cup at all. So our next step is to transfer it onto its next working rod. Essentially, we used our blowpipe all we can. Yeah, what's up, my man? You have a question for me? What is my favorite design? Well, one amazing design that I really enjoy is the exterior ring that we have on today's examples. That exterior ring, so difficult to make. Every time I try it, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look that good. This team is just too good, man. They make everything look very easy. And then I try it back home and... Yes, right. At least I tried. So what do we do with the scraps of the leftover glass? If it's color, we will toss it. If it's clear, we will reuse it and recycle it. Besides having our main studio, we also have an educational program. Everything is our hot shop is loaded on a semi-truck, and they go to different middle schools, high schools, teaching about glass making. They run on 100% recycled glass coming from here. So like this glass that's left over, this will just be tossed away just because it's mixed. Put some toothpaste on it. Or egg whites. Toothpaste. No, stop. If you put toothpaste or egg whites, it won't blister. I know Gabe's gonna be like, don't listen to me, but it bubbles. I'm just saying, if you don't want it to bubble, you can put like natural remedies, like egg whites and toothpaste. We gotta test out the toothpaste, man. The egg whites. These are the family. This is how I've been taught to treat a burn. These are the Aztec ways. You want the Aztec knowledge, or? Yeah, you do. Use some mud. I don't know. So this is a good time to point out in the center, we have the start. Gabe in the black cat is walking around with the end goal. Once we're at this step, that cup would typically be placed on the ground. We come over with a bunch of hot glass and then we fill it, we stuff it, and then we can continue the demonstration. For right now, we're going to use the cup that's in the center, so we still need to complete it, and then we can really begin the glass blowing demonstration. Up to this point, it's just the color orientation. You guys enjoy the museum? What was your favorite piece? Do you guys have a favorite piece? I remember everything. So what's up? You have your favorite piece? You can let me know. We can chat about it, discuss how it was made. You made the shark in there? In the art gallery? All right. Ooh. All those kids design glass pieces. Those are amazing, right? Aren't they? I like the hamburger that's back there, hamburger cowboy. That one makes me laugh every time I walk by it. Also, how about that squirrel riding that tree log? It's the furry first. Ooh, that one puts a smile on my face also. Oh, so the one that we're entering now is specifically for gathering glass. Every time I explain this, it's always can get very confusing. So later on, we'll get a diagram of what that chamber looks like. Essentially, we're just heating up a crucible, so a ceramic pot of glass, at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's hard to believe this, but that oven is on for years on end, 10 years before we do maintenance on it. The furnace on the left-hand side, that one will be on for 10 years before we turn it off. So these furnaces have the heart of a champion. The furnaces next door, there's no door to contain the heat. These chambers are specifically made just to reheat the glass. They're slightly hotter than the actual furnace as well at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just to speed up the demonstration. And it is an uneven heat. So although I say 2,300 degrees, the deeper you go in turn, the glass will get hotter. So oftentimes we get uneven heats. So is it a pool of glass that we can just stick it into? Absolutely. And we'll get a diagram on our big screen here shortly, and we can kind of simplify that for you. All right, so here's our furnace, our diagram. Again, we're powered by natural gas and forced air. And let's move on to our next furnace, so our glory hole, the one right next door. Again, key difference, there's no glass on one of them. And essentially, this is a round barrel on its side, lined with fire brick to insulate the heat inside. I have no idea where that term comes from. I just know it's been given for thousands of years. Crazy pizza oven. So is there still glassmaking facilities around here? Yes, there is. So just down the street, there's Tacoma Glass Blowing Studio and also Area 253, where you can learn to work with glass. Just down the street. So here in the Pacific Northwest, we're the mecca of glassmaking. So per capita, there's more of us here than there is anywhere else. I have friends who've moved out here from California and New York to continue their glassmaking careers. So how is something like this made? So this we call an encombo. Encombo meaning you just have multiple sections of glass to make a single object. So we have a clear section and then a rondelle. A rondelle is just a disc or a plate of glass. So when we have a tube and we have this half a hemisphere, we heat up both edges and we can fuse them together. Nope, this is not hollow. This is a lens. And we can show you how this is made, because these pieces were made last week by our visiting artist. Give us a few minutes, but we'll get a replay on our big screen here shortly of last week's demonstration. Actually, this is a really good time since Ben is just waiting for the core to cool down. He needs to gather another time for us to have enough material. So let's try to get our replay here shortly. If not, we can just wait a little bit. How much material do you need? How heavy is that? So we usually describe what we're making by the gathers that we take. Those vessels on our pedestals, we can describe them as 3 gathers, because that's how many dips it took. I'm not entirely sure how we will describe today's cylinder, but we can ask our team here shortly. This will make it the 3rd gather. Oh, the team here also uses the block sizes, I've noticed. And the blocks are all measured in centimeters. Do these objects have a purpose? The objects on our pedestals will be sold in-house to support the hot shop. The artwork on our tables was designed by our past visiting artist, who's a world-renowned architect and owns a design firm, James Carpenter Design Associates, out in New York. I believe he has about 19 employees working for him. And he's worked for a few different museums and installations. And let's try to get a replay video. Here it is on our big screen of our past residency. So this is how these were made. So we also saw a stuff cup here. That process is going to occur here today as well. So annually, we host about 40 visiting artists a year. Our visiting artists tend to focus on an extraordinary project, and it's up to our hot shop staff to translate their project into reality. So why do we use wood and not other materials? Just because wood is softer, it's not stealing as much heat as other materials like our steel tables. So how often does a piece not make it? Oh, the paddles, how long do they last? A year if we're lucky. Anytime we see wood, we always assume it's some type of fruit wood like cherry wood that will contain more moisture. Sure, it lasts longer. An added bonus, it smells like a barbecue when we do burn it. And next, or in a few weeks here, we will also be having a different visiting artist. So the first week of February, we're going to have an incredible artist here. If you can't join us in person, you can always join us online and through the web. Everything on the big screen we live stream on our YouTube channel and website. I hope you really enjoy our area. This is the place to go to. All right, so it looks like our team is nearly ready. Again, this is stuffing a cup. This is how we're going to get both of our colors in one single object. For today, we're just using white on white, but we could have easily done blue on white. So when we're filling a cup, we're looking for a slight tapered shape. We're also looking for our bullet shape to be a little bit taller than the actual cup. We want our filler cup just to the brim. No less, no more. It just takes experience to figure this out. How much volume will fit inside of that cup? That's up to Ben, our gaffer for today's project. And earlier we saw our other teammate as a gaffer. They just like to change roles. Depending on when you join us, you may see a different gaffer. Okay, so in our core, we'll notice the white, and then on the outside, there's a halo of clear. Our bubble right now has not been expanded, so it's very small, and we can see all the material that we have. We always like to condense everything. If it looks symmetrical when it's condensed, it's going to be symmetrical when it blows out. Oh, we're pumping it up right now. So we're very cautious of any impurities that we can collect. What are impurities, though? An impurity can be as little as an air bubble or some unmelted glass. By spraying some water or anti-bubble solution, it bursts the bubbles on the surface, so we're not gathering them. Therefore, we get a cleaner gather. Am I a glass maker? I have worked with glass, but these are trained professionals, and they make everything look easy for a reason. I just have so much respect for this team. So just like the previous gathers, we let the core stabilize. This next gather will act like glue to fuse everything together. So we let it stabilize just like last time. And we're looking for where the ring, there's going to be a ring that's brought out of this oven. That's where we're going to focus our attention, wherever that ring is placed. You got it. So when we feel we've gathered a little bit too much glass, we can use gravity just to eliminate the excess mass. Any glass that goes into that bin will be reused and recycled on a later date. The ring has been tucked away in front of the bench. We'll try to get a good view on our big screen. So what makes this move so difficult is that there's very little room for error. If we do make an error, essentially maybe we just want to start all over again, because potentially we can trap a giant air bubble. I mean, quite giant on the side of that cup. So now the color application, it's complete now. The orientation, it's complete. The glass blowing can really begin from here on out. And that term glass blowing can be very misleading because we're not always blowing air through a blowpipe. A better term would be glass making, but it just happens to be that that term blowing is what really stuck with our medium. So our goal is to produce a cylinder for today's demonstration. When we're creating a cylinder, we first achieve the necessary diameter, and then we can get the length that we want. So before we get to that step, we're going to squeeze down the constriction just so we can separate what's usable from the steel rod. And this step always happens very early in the demonstration before we have a defined shape. This is also the time that we're going to get our diameter. So our teammate is also standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. And when we're asked to blow, we roughly blow about the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. So this is the project that we were working on earlier today. We're now switching gears to a different one. These will eventually be sold in-house in our museum store. They were just designed yesterday, and we have another set of these that were made earlier today that will eventually also end up in our museum store. Right now, we're just catching up on some of the projects that need to be caught up on. And we do have a visiting artist joining us at the end of the month. The first week of February, we have one of the most recognizable glass influences in our industry joining us. And we'll learn more about our next upcoming visiting artist once we're getting closer to the end. So I mentioned earlier, first we get the diameter, and then we can get the length just using gravity. So gravity is our worst enemy. So here we use centrifugal force. We just turn the rod back and forth. And naturally, this is second nature to all of our workers working today. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Well, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. Thank you for joining us on today's demonstration. We are creating a cylinder here today. We're currently using a wet pad of newspaper. I believe that's just the Wall Street Journal newspaper, full sheet, that we can use to shape our material. We prefer to use newspaper than this steel table because our steel table steals a lot more heat. All right, so before I get too far in our demonstration, let's just take a step back. The heat in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. If our cylinder just stays out in the open, the ambient air will just shock the molecules into breaking. So we need to maintain its temperature. Next door to our furnaces, we have an additional furnace that contains the actual molten material. If we want more material, we will step in front of our furnace and collect a thin layer. Our gaffer, the gaffer is the person that's in charge, today's conductor. Our gaffer is Ben. Now, Ben has called for a punty. The punty is just the transfer rod. It's a new handle that can be applied so we can remove our current blowpipe. Now, the punty is only temporary, so it needs to break later on in the demonstration. We're looking for a perfect mixture of strong and weak. We're going to get that perfect mixture of strong and weak by applying it while really hot. Now, unfortunately, it's probably fused too much that it won't break off cleanly. So while our rod is still hot, we squeeze down another constriction or break off we can use later on. So since we added a new rod, we're going to just go back and recenter. We just want to minimize the wobble as it rotates. This is the recentering move, and personally, I feel like that's the most difficult step to learn, period, as a glassmaker. Just because you have a few seconds to recognize it and then adjust it. After that, if you skip this step, you're left with an asymmetrical vessel or just a lopsided cylinder. And I like to say that that step right there is what separates amateurs from professionals, or I believe it does. So this next time around, we'll notice that the very edge is bright red and orange. From here on out, wherever we see that glow is pretty much the area we're going to be working on next. Now, the very top of that is quite thick. We want an even thickness both at the base and the lip. So we're going to pull our thick glass right off, and just like cutting leather, we are just going to snip it right off. Now, this glass will be contaminated with white color, so we won't reuse it in our furnaces, but yes, it can be reused if we'd like to reuse it. We have to be aware, however, that every time you reuse glass, you remelt it, you burn out stabilizers and fluxes. So you potentially are getting a lower quality melt. For that reason, here at the museum, we only have about a 20% recycled mixture. So using a wooden paddle, we can shield really our fingertips, which is what is oftentimes prone to burning. So we're nearly there with our cylinder. Now, sure, we could just place our tools on the inside and rip it open. That's a technique, but we're very cautious about that because you can scar and scratch the interior color or interior glass. So instead of scratching it, we're going to minimize it by just using a metal straw to inflate the air or to inflate the vessel. We also will transition over to using some more wooden-based tools. Even if we use our steel tools, we'll apply a fresh layer of beeswax. Although we're really just focused on the edges, when we step inside of the glory hole, the first thing we do is we go deep. By going deep, we're ensuring that we have a nice even temperature throughout. The base of our vessel is what's most prone to breaking, just because that base is the last thing to leave and the first thing to enter. I'm sorry, the last thing to enter and the first thing to leave. Therefore, it will remain colder. I see quite a few members out in our audience, so from everyone here, we like to just stop and thank you for supporting the Museum of Glass. There's so many ways you can support us, but just by coming in and being members, you fund the program. So at this time, our team is really cautious about that back area. Really, that steel rod stealing heat from the glass enough that it can crack from that area. As long as we can keep that area warm, a crack shouldn't form and spread. We're taking that deep maintenance heat. Well, we're getting closer to completing our project. 2 doors on the left, you got it. So our last step is to set it inside of this oven. If our cylinder is left out in the open, it's just going to break, crack, and even explode. So our oven will slowly cool it down back to room temperature over the period of the next 12 and a half hours. Well, before I ask for a round of applause to our audience, on our big screen, let's get an image of our MJ Murdoch project. So here in a few minutes, we can really show you what this project is about. So that cylinder that we just made will be made into sheet glass. We're gonna cut the bottom of it, cut the side of it, heat it back up inside of one of these ovens, and then as it heats up, it unfolds into a flat sheet of glass. This is how windows were made for a very long time, and it's how we're going to make the stabilizers and the wings to our project today. So this is a multi-week project. This is really just the start of it. I believe we need more sheet glass. So we are going to continue this process of creating cylinders that we can then send to our water jet cutter. And then they can cut out all the elements that we need to make this project a success. Now, can we give our team a round of applause? They did a great job. This is really just the tip of the iceberg. Some spheres, okay. Oh, so our team is now going to be transitioning over to yet another project. I believe the team will be making some large-scale spheres that we can then use. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for stopping by. Our demonstrations are going to continue as we transition over. But on our big screen here, let's get our MJ Murdoch project video. Kind of recap how this project occurs. MJ Murdoch on the big screen, our airplane.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying 2 contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we use the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure.
Well, our cylinder has a long process to get to before it's created into the sheet glass. But for our next demonstration, we're going to transition to a different project. We're going to be creating some spheres at increasing scales. We're beginning with gathering all the glass from our furnace, which is holding approximately 1,000 pounds of our high-end glass all year around. So it's about roughly the same temperature as lava. Now, it's usually during the gathering phase that builds up heat on the rods. So we just use the pipe coolers on the edges to in turn cool down the rod. The rods that we are using are made out of a stainless steel alloy, so it's just a poor conductor of heat. As the mass gets larger, we typically take our left hand and slide it closer to the hot glass and counteract the weight. So usually a glassmaker will describe what they're making either by the amount of gathers, so the amount of dips that they take, or the wooden block that they're using to accommodate its size. And we always have a wooden block large enough to accommodate its size. The wooden block evenly distributes the heat and the mass around the bubble. We're looking to condense the bubble. If it looks symmetrical when it's at this point, when it begins to expand, it will also remain symmetrical. So there's several shaping tools available to our makers. Besides the wooden block, we also just have a wet pad of newspaper. We also have the full sheet of newspaper if our team decides to go that route. So the wooden paddles that are floating in the air are just there to protect our makers from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Usually when our hand goes directly above, is where when we experience most of the heat. So oftentimes, a cylinder can be one of the most difficult shapes to make. Although it's a basic shape, it's just so recognizable. Doesn't look like a sphere, we'll notice it right away. So to help us, we're just using a ring tool. We apply a little bit of beeswax to prevent us from scratching and sticking to the material. Well, for our special project, we are now transferring our spheres onto a different working rod, just so we can begin to work on the area where it's connected to the blowpipe at this moment. We apply a little bit of water to our previous weak spot, and with the tap, it breaks free at the weakest point. Hopefully that being that designated area we created early on. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna keep that technique. I can see that just picking up a large bar of color. I've never seen it like on a single gather though. I guess I wasn't focusing. So maybe at home you have a light fixture that's a cylinder or that's a sphere. This is the same motions that we would go through to produce something like that. Now, where our rod is located, there's quite a little bit of residue. We see it on these pieces also. It's just kind of this weird chunk. We'll take care of that. Besides having a state-of-the-art hot shop, we also have a state-of-the-art cold shop where we can use centuries-old glass cutting and polishing techniques to remove that residue. And once our cold worker is complete, you won't even notice that there was some glass there to begin with. Well, maybe later on. Now that I know how to make these lampshades, hey, I might make one later on. But our sphere is essentially complete. So we want to keep the sphere. If it's left out in the open, just the ambient air will shock the molecules into breaking too fast. When we look at the history of glassworking, oh man, melting sand into glass, now that was the easy part. It was preventing the finished product from breaking. The Egyptians would bury their glass in hot sand, but we know better. Nowadays, there's a mathematical formula that we can use to determine how long our finished process should stay inside of one of our cooling ovens. 2 doors on the left. Well, that was the first of our spheres, so let's give our team a round of applause. And just a heads up for this project, I believe this will be the smallest of the sphere. So we are going to just increase the scale of them. And it's hard to believe this, but what's on the end of the blowpipe is our beginning process. Nearly everything that you see out in the galleries, out in the store, look exactly what we have on the end of the rod. In a few steps is where the process will begin to branch out to its individual process. So at this point, our mass is solid. We're looking for about 10 inches in diameter on the next one. Now, we know we're going to create some very large ones later on also, so we've also turned on some extra annealers. Sure, we're using this one, but if it fills up, hey, we can just turn on another one. What's up? Do you guys get those from Jim Moore? Wait, doesn't Jen Ellick also make the graphite paddles? Excited for Lino? Have you seen him work before? Oh, understandable. Well, as we stick around for our next demonstration, follow the same basic rules. I will put the mic down, but if you have questions, please let me know. I'll be floating around our hot shop, our top balcony, and our grand hall, so just please feel free to ask me questions. We can have a conversation about the unique glass process that we do here. And since opening the doors in 2002, the museum has quickly become the center of glass innovation and design. So as we're continuing our spheres, I've overheard that the next one's going to be a little larger, and we'll also apply some body parts to it. I'm sorry, some elements to it. Right now, we're working on a special project. If you have questions, please feel free to ask me or spark a conversation up. I'll be floating around our top balcony. So this sphere ends up in our annealer directly below me, nearly 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, about 890 degrees to be exact. Well, thank you for joining us here today. We have our Hot Shop staff, and they're creating some large-scale spheres. There we go. That sounds a lot better. If you have questions, please let me know. I'll just be floating around the top balcony since it's a little slow right now. But either way, they're using like newspaper pads. That's right, just some plain old newspaper to shape the glass. The heat in the front is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which they're using to extend the working time of the glass. And this is a special project that we're working on. These spheres will be used for a later date, but these are the same motions that we go through to create maybe like light fixtures or bowls or cups. So a lot of the same basic steps are involved. Well, for our next special project, we are going to be adding a wrap. So a separate massive glass is going to be added here shortly. Ooh, how malleable. So all of the material that we're working with, our clear glass, is being brought up out of one of two ovens. We have one on the left, one on the right. We just alternate between using them to ensure we have good quality glass. Oh, well, our team now wishes to apply a little. Scratch that. Our team is using the heat of our chambers. We essentially want to use different wooden blocks to condense our bubble, and then we can kind of expand it once again.